I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:24. And I call this workshop to order. I'll now begin the roll call, calling each board member by name. Signify your presence by saying here or present when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Present.
Mrs. Jackie Susaita.
Present.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Present.
And myself, Armando Cuellar. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of board members in attendance. Item 3, public comments.
There are none.
Item 4, discussion on 2022-2023 budget. Dr. Coronel.
Board President Cuellar, members of the board, I'd like to go over a concept that we've been discussing as a leadership team regarding our 2022-2023 budget. What I'm going to go over is it's going to be a very general concept. And I won't give you any hard numbers as of yet, and then we do have an example of kind of something that we're working on. So these are the core values that we're working on. We're going to move to a student-based budgeting system. This allows for three things to happen: equity, transparency, and also empowerment. We're going to empower the principals control of their budget. A couple of other philosophies here are always use other people's money first. I call this external funding. External funding is everything but our local tax dollars. We're going to staff teachers by classroom space at the rate of 40 square feet per classroom, as opposed to 22 to 1, 25 to 1, or some other formula that's given to us by the state. Not all of our classrooms are equally designed. So, for example, an average classroom has about 800 square feet, and if we take that divided by 40, that means the max students in that classroom are only 20 students. So what happens in the past is that the state will tell us, well, you have to put 22 to 1 in there, or 25 to 1, and it's just not conducive to the current environment that we're in right now. So we want to staff by space rather than by student to teacher ratio. And again, I've mentioned this before, and this has become a well-known statement across the district now, is the strength of our district are the campuses. It's not central office. So really briefly, I just want to kind of go over some of the school revenues we're going to use for the budget preparation. Again, not all sources of revenues are listed, but these are the primary sources that we're going to be used for what we call salary availability. Again, FSP, which is our foundation plan, it includes a myriad of our basic allotment and basic ed, special ed, dyslexia, bilingual, and so forth. And I'm not going to read that to you. And then our tier 2 is our weighted average daily attendance. And then Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, Perkins, and then of course our local property taxes. Again, for the sake of, these are the primary resources that we've received in terms of overall funding that we're going to use for salary availability. So here's the formula that we're going to use to develop that salary availability. We're going to take our FSP times our ADA. So we're going to shoot low for our ADA because of the fluctuations in ADA. Right now we're sitting at about between 90 and 91%. We're going to calculate our ADA at 87.5. Then we're going to take that number and we're going to multiply it by 72.5, which is going to represent 72.5% of our budget, strictly designed or allocated for salaries. In terms of our external funding, in terms of the other sources of revenue, Title I, II, IDEA B, which is our special ed funding, and our Perkins CTE, we're going to take 85% of that, and then we're going to allocate that strictly for salaries. Some preliminary numbers right now, we're looking, probably, well, I don't know what those numbers are yet, right? We don't know yet?
We have a general.
General ballpark, okay. So, next slide, please. So, school-based budgeting is not a new concept, but it is not a concept that is widely used. So there's three primary reasons for student-based budgeting. One is equity, and that was briefly discussed earlier. So we're going to put students where the needs are. So for example, equity allows us to level the playing field. For example, if I gave my glasses to a student that didn't need them, then that's not equity. But giving glasses to somebody that needs them is equity. So we want to level the playing field. Transparency. With the formula that we're going to use for transparency, we know exactly where the dollars are. Every campus is in control, and every campus has its own community. And the other one is empowerment. I firmly believe that our principals need to own their budget. And this means that they also pay their own utilities. So this means that I think they'll be a little conscious about leaving the lights on, but I hope that they don't teach in the dark either. So I just want them to know that they own their budget. So this is a traditional school-based budget. Central office decides what we give campuses. They operate within that environment. We staff it from our level rather than having a bottom-up approach. I think it's a little antiquated by doing it that way, but we want to be able to create an environment where campuses can thrive. And the only way we do that is through funding it accordingly. So here's an example of an allocation for a campus. So this, for example, and this I'm going to, each student gets a 1, and that's the weight of the student. And then what we're going to determine here is it's called a PUA, which is a per unit allocation. And that's going to be hard. So all campuses or all students receive the basic weight of 1. And then the weighted part is based on whether you're emergent bilingual, you're SPED, at risk, economically disadvantaged, and these are just examples, but there's GT, there's different types of weighted funding sources that we receive from the state. So all that will calculate, and so if we calculate and then we multiply, now here's the kicker here. We're going to do this based on max capacity of the school. So for example, if one school, or this particular school, has 750 max capacity, but they're only have 500 in enrollment, we allocate the 750, but we only release the amount that they have enrollment. So it's a gradual release. So in other words, they're going to have to be able to increase their own enrollment to release more funds. So next slide. So here's an example. The principal and their secretary will come into central office and we'll have their total amount given for their budget. And basically, they can decide from a menu of personnel that they want on their campus based on an average teacher salary, an average assistant principal salary, basically what their utilities are costing, what they think they can save, and we'll have the data from previous years. So they'll be able to decide and have a lot of input in exactly how much money that their campus have and use accordingly. Everything will be supported by central office. Next slide. So here's how this works. So first we develop a model campus package, right? Basically the menu of personnel. We determine the number of classrooms, which we're working on right now, by campus. We determine the number of students per classroom at 40 square feet of space. That tells us how many teachers that we actually need to fund or allocate our funding for. So once we have the capacity of the campus, we know what their PUA is going to be, their per unit allocation for the total amount of their campus, right? And then we go ahead and release the campus budget to each campus based on what's allocated to them, and then based on what their availability is to draw from those funds. So basically, unless they hit max enrollment, they'll always have a savings account and give them room to grow. So we're not coming back to you for a budget amendment to put more money into a campus budget because we've already designed it for them to grow at max capacity. So maintenance, custodial, and groundskeeper staffing. Now, maintenance staff, we're working on these numbers. We have preliminary numbers already. 50,000 square feet per FTE. An FTE is a full-time equivalent, so that's basically one person, one full-time job. Custodial staff, 28,000 square feet, although TASB is going to recommend 21,000 square feet. And that might be fine because of levels of cleanliness, and I can share that with you here in just a second. And then grounds care is 30,000 acres per FTE. So next slide.
Dr. Coronado,
Yes.
may I ask you a question?
Of course, of course. Please interrupt me anytime.
Okay, I'm thinking about zoning. I don't know when the last time we looked at the map for zoning. Is that something that we're going to be doing based on the numbers of the schools in the future? Are we going to revisit the zoning maps?
So that's a great question. So we have attendance boundaries set up right now, but we also have an open enrollment campus. So,
Okay.
so within our boundary, what we have to consider next is transportation. Because if students are within that specific boundary, we can provide transportation. If they're outside the boundary and they're transfers to another campus, then I think the practice has been that the parent is responsible for that. One of the things that we need to do is we need to do a demographic study to see how many students are actually in that attendance boundary now before we start changing any boundaries. There's some tools and analytics out there that can kind of tell us that information. So for example, if Memorial has access to 1,000 students into their boundary and they have 950 kids, we know that they're doing well. If and I don't want to pick on any school, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. So if Silva has 1,000 kids in their boundary and only 500 kids are attending, then we have an issue with that campus, in terms of enrollment. So
Right.
where are the kids going and so forth. So those are that's the information that I don't have, but that's the information that we need to work towards having.
Sounds good.
Okay? And board members, please feel free to ask any questions at any time. These are the levels of cleanliness for custodians. So right now, we're trying to get to a level 2 of ordinary tidiness. So level 1 is typically hospital clean. So next slide. And then this is just a real brief chart of square footage per custodian based on what they can clean and the type of environment that they can actually clean. So we're looking at all of those to make sure that we have the right number of custodians at every campus and every facility, because we have more than just campuses. Central office staffing. This is a tough spot for us to be in right now. So we have 5 categories of positions at central office currently at the cost of about nearly $12 million. This is getting close to about 7% of our budget, which is high. We really want to be between 3 and 5% of our budget to manage central office. And so if you go to the next slide, Elise. That's every department in central office right now, to include what it's costing us in terms of what we spend at central office. Now, I could tell you this, that my recommendation here is going to be to slim down central office. I can tell you that for next year, no one will lose their job. We are not going to conduct a RIF, and my recommendation is that no one loses their job. But what I can't promise is that they'll be in the same location as they are today. And so that's what I'd like to recommend. Next slide, please. So these are the options regarding our salary increase. So option A is to do a reduction in force, which I just said that I didn't want to do, but that would be a way to do a pay raise if we so choose to. Option B would be to reorganize central office and offer no pay raise. In other words, we try to keep the status quo. The hard work is at the campus. And so much of in the TASB study, at least the preliminary studies, our elementary schools are actually understaffed. And so what we'd like to do is fill the elementary schools with a lot of personnel from the central office. But the only way we can do that is to reorg our central office staff and to figure out kind of where everybody's at. There's 190 people here at central office. And so I think even if we cut by 20%, that's 38 people moving down to a campus. That may not get us to the 4 to 5%, but at least that's a start. Option C is to reorganize central office, tip into our ESSER funding, and fund a stipend. I'm not sure that using ESSER funding for human capital is wise. I think we need to ask ourselves, in ESSER, once ESSER is gone, we need to ask ourselves in 5 years, do we still have the value of that money? ESSER is a it's a very large pot of money that we could capitalize on and reinvest into our school district to do something better that has a legacy. And that's what we really need to see is we need to have a legacy option, and that's what ESSER really needs to be about. Obviously, my initial recommendation is going to be option B, to reorganize the central office, and let's see kind of where we land.
Sir, I had a question.
Yes.
If we can go back to the slide. For option C, I just want to clarify. Using ESSER funding, like you said, to pay human capital, you're also kind of putting a Band-Aid on something when you need stitches, because in reality, ESSER funding ends in spring of '24, so giving stipends or a salary increase using ESSER funding for staff, once it's gone in spring of 2024, and say you still have a gradual 3 to 5% reduction in enrollment, you're not going to be able to sustain that.
That's
correct?
absolutely correct. So that's why even though the feds said that you can use it to supplant, I don't think it's a good idea, because as school districts with the volatility of attendance, we can't sustain it. There's no way that we can sustain it. The only way that we could sustain it is to increase enrollment. And that's we have a plan for that, but there's never a guarantee in this business. And so using ESSER funding to put a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches is, for me, will not be a recommendation for me, but that's an option for the board if you choose to. So here's our next steps. Our next steps, one, is to finalize the staffing recommendation based on research and the TASB study. That's scheduled for May 12th. Also, to review the 2021-2022 budget for maintenance operations, custodial, and grounds personnel. We also want to look at utilities and all the other operational funding that we looked at, so that we can make sure that our campuses have enough to sustain. Again, this is really about empowerment. This is about empowering our principals. They know their communities, they know their students, they know their staff. And so with 20 campuses wide, we have to be able to empower our principals. And so if the question becomes, well, are they ready for it? Well, that's our job to get them ready for it. It's our job to make sure they're ready for it so that they can learn how to manage a budget. I have to look at principals and our leadership team as future superintendents. And that's how I view all of them, as future superintendents. At some point, they need to learn how to manage the funding, how to manage the budget, and this is about creating depth at leadership. And so that's the approach that we're going to use for this. Finally, we're going to calculate the salary formulas and for what's available. And then, again, my recommendation probably won't be till the end of May to actually have a view of what central office will actually look like. Right now, central office is very wide and it's very deep. So my recommendation will be to narrow the central office and to make it very shallow. But the strength of the district, I say this, I sound like a broken record, the strength of the district are its campuses. So the work is with the kids. No one's here unless we have kids. So the work is going to be at central office. And then we're going to develop the campus and department budget. So I've asked Doralisa to help me out here on this one. So you can kind of see just a little bit about the development that we're kind of working with. So I think we have one campus. The numbers are really close. It's probably about the 85% solution. And so we'll have, and once you see how the numbers break down, I think hopefully, if you have any questions from where we're at, we'll be happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Dr. Coronado. Mr. Board President, members of the board, thank you. What I'm going to show you really quickly is just a basic mock-up based on the formula calculations that Dr. Coronado provided in his presentation. And of course, we had to use this year's adopted budget. So while these numbers are not exact, they're a good example of what we're looking at when we consider staffing based on square footage or based on a PUA. Now, the other thing, and here again, I have just an example of Airport Elementary. One thing that we looked at is their projected enrollment, which again, we're able to pull every year based on our PEIMS data, based on the students that are currently enrolled in the district and those that are zoned to attend that particular campus. So for next year, Airport is projected to have 644 students. They currently have 55 instructional classrooms. Because we don't have the square footage, although we are working on it, on getting those numbers, because we don't have the square footage and we can't calculate based on the 40 square feet per student, we use the number of classrooms. So at 55 classrooms and roughly 20 students per class, their max capacity at Airport could be 1,100 students. So in running the numbers again, based on this year's adopted budget, and using formula calculations that Dr. Coronado provided in his presentation, we arrived at a PUA, a per unit allocation of $7,364 per student. So when you run that at their projected enrollment, that's $4.7 million to run that campus with 644 projected students. However, if they are able to max out at 1,100 students, then they could potentially have $8.1 million budgeted to their campus. So when Dr. Coronado explains the budgeting for the max, but only allowing what the actual is, then we would look at budgeting 8.1 for that campus, but only releasing 4.7 million, and then putting that onus on the principal to increase enrollment. And as enrollment increases, then we release funds.
Thank you. Perfect. So although this is heavily formula-driven, it really is campus and community-driven. And we think that we can make some great strides putting it in the hands of our principals where the students are actually at anyway.
Could we get a report, like on the campuses? Because I know that this was like a part of zoning and where kids are zoned, but we also have open enrollment. So some people personally choose to take their child from a school that's within their community to another community or another side of the community. For instance, north side and south side. So somebody on the south side, they want to take their child to a north side school. What's the scenario there? What if some schools are just, we're not losing kids outside the district, but some campuses are absorbing more from others. So where's this? What would be like a possible situation or a solution for a principal in that situation?
That's the $1 million question is why are parents choosing to take their kids from one school that's within their boundary outside to a different school, even though it's still Weslaco ISD,
right.
But they're going to a different school. And I think what needs to happen first is when we do that, we need to have exit surveys, just like we have employee exit surveys. Is why are you leaving? And we need to be able to track that data. If students, we know this through T-Rex that when students leave.
Right.
So we just don't know why they left. And we need to start asking the question, why are you leaving the school? What can we do better to keep you here? And I think if we ask those questions, I think, in speaking to parents, I think they're going to tell you the truth.
Right.
I'm going to tell you why I'm leaving here, and they're, so I think they're going to be very honest and upfront, and at least at that point, we'll know how to address. Normally what we see is if there's a drop in enrollment, usually there's something going on campus that needs some, that we need to intervene.
Right.
But typically if there's an increase in population, something's going right. And so how do we replicate that part of it?
Right.
And so but that's a great question, and how we handle those moves is something that we're going to have to work on originally or specifically. So I guess I don't have an answer for you right now, but it is something for us to be aware of.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Coronado,
Yes.
I like your concept and for allowing the principals to handle their own budget. I believe that we have some quality principals in the district that with your guidance, they'll be able to handle their school. And I like the idea where you said there's a certain a maximum amount of students, but if they recruit more students, they get additional funds, which is great.
Oh, this is a great, to me, it's a great concept because you're showing the community and you're showing our staff, which are also parents and taxpayers, that we're focusing funds on the classroom. And that's priority number one and first. And I just want to thank you for this presentation.
And again, what I like is that it's equity-based. The money follows the student. And so there's no, well, how come they got this and we didn't? You know, well, you get more kids. That's how I can, that's going to be my answer for all the principals is, you know, get more kids. What are you doing differently? Again, I don't, what I don't want us to do, though, is put our campuses on silos or put them on islands. We don't have 20 islands. We're one, and I say this a lot. You know, I don't always agree with my two sisters, and we'll argue and we'll fight, but when it's said and done, I still love them, and so you know we're still one family, and so what I'd like for Weslaco ISD to understand as well, and the Weslaco community is that it's not about the haves and the have-nots. We're still one family. You know, when I first got here, you know, it was welcome to the family. So we're still one. We may not always agree, but we do understand each other. And we need to make sure that we are equitable in everything that we do. And the onus is on central office to support the principals, to make sure if they're struggling, we need to help, we need to intervene. I don't think, and I think you said it right. It'll be in their principal's hands, and if someone is struggling, we're there to help them.
Correct.
You know, and some people are just, you know, hey, leave me alone. I got this. Okay, you go for it. It's just one less thing that we have to worry about. And so, I think the idea here is to create an equitable per unit allocation for every campus, so that principals can run their campus the way they see fit, because they have their own school community that's very unique to them. And we just need to give them that guidance. I met with all the principals, and, you know, I felt bad or embarrassed that, you know, I was only a principal for 6 years, and I thought that was a long time, but for some of our principals, they've been principals 14, 15, 16. I'm like, gee whiz, I mean, you go for it, you know? So I think that they've earned that right to run their campus the way they see fit. So these are some important dates. Again, the TASB staff study will be on May 12th. The budget workshop will be May 17th. We'll propose the final budget on June 21st, and then the tax rate will be on August 16th. And hopefully we can try to maintain, well, my recommendation will be to keep the tax rate to change, or no change to the tax rate, so parents. So that will be my recommendation. We may have to move some money over, because I'd like for our INS rate to go down, or our debt to go down, but that'll be an increase in INS. But I think given what we're working on, we can afford moving that penny from M&O down, so that we can pay our debt down as well. So subject to your questions, that really concludes the budget workshop.
Dr. Coronado, just real quick, again, agreeing with what majority of this board has said, it's a great route to go, but as far as our campuses, you know, with our high school campuses, and within their budget, they have fine arts, they have athletics, and all these other extracurricular activities. Will that also be based on the numbers as far as participants that each school may have and how they're funded?
That's a great question. So, again, I only use a certain pockets of funding available for a general consensus. So in other words, not the revenues that I depicted on this presentation doesn't show all of our funding, right? So there are other, what I call buckets of money. And so we all have buckets of money, but it's one big pool. High schools are unique creatures, and having spent, you know, I'm almost embarrassed to say my 6 years as a high school principal, you know, there's they are very unique creatures because there are so many things that happen on a high school campus. And in both instances, though, the money follows the kid. And that's going to be, I mean, if Weslaco East has 1,900 kids and Weslaco High has 2,500 kids, well, Weslaco High gets more money. Weslaco East, if you want more things, well, get more kids. But the money follows, the money follows the kid. And so it's going to be equitable, and we will, I promote fine arts, I promote athletics, I promote all of the things that are a reason for kids to come to school. You know, and for some kids, academics is second nature. But they get through academics so they can do the other things. For some, they want to come just for academics, and maybe they're not worried about the other things. But it's about a high school experience, it's about an educational learning experience that we're trying to promote here at Weslaco ISD.
Sounds great. Thank you, Doc.
Any more questions? Dr. Coronado? Outstanding. Thank you very much and staff for working together. The concept of family and equity is a key term that I really, really like. Everyone will be treated the same. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Board President. I will say that a lot of credit goes, I didn't do this by myself. This was, in fact, I apologize to the staff. Normally, I don't like meetings more than an hour. And I have taken a lot of their time lately and trying to put this together. So I want to hand it to the district leadership team for being very supportive and patient with me as well. So
Thank you. Okay. With that, we go to item 5, adjournment.
So move.
The time is 5:55, and this workshop is now adjourned. Are we ready to get started with the regular board meeting, or do you need a little break?
No.
Okay. Carlos? Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted in compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:56. And I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Call each board member by name. Signify your presence by saying here or present. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Present.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita.
Present.
Coach Jesse Treviño.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos. He is present. Yes. And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Present.
Let the record reflect that a quorum of board members are in attendance. Item 3, opening prayer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Coronado. Good afternoon, Board President Cuellar, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Gloria Champion, a fine arts teacher at Kleckler Held Elementary, who will deliver the invocation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here. Loving and gracious Father, you are indeed our almighty and loving God. We know that it is only through you that all good things come. We thank you for all your countless blessings, great and small, and for being with us here today. We thank you for our administrators, teachers, students, and staff, and all their successes. We especially thank you today for the blessing of our new superintendent, Dr. Dino Coronado. We pray that you grant him wisdom and guidance from your divine hands to make our great school district even better. We pray for your abundant blessings on our school board as they continue to seek your wisdom and guidance as our school year nears its end and they prepare for a new school year. Lord God, be with them in deliberations and help them to make the most wise and just decisions for the benefit of all those who place their trust and confidence in their leadership. Guide them, Lord, that all they do is right and good in your sight. It is through your hand that their decisions will be good for all our students, teachers, staff, administrators, and community. And grant them, Lord, the humility to always seek your will, that all our successes and victories be in praise and glory of your great and holy name. In the name of the Most Holy, amen.
Thank you very much. Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge. Dr. Coronel?
I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Carlos Rivera.
Yes, and I'd like to introduce a couple of students, and we could have them step right up here by the podium. Step right up there. We're going to introduce them, talk a little bit about them, as they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. We'll start off with Reese Maya Murray. She is a 5th grade student at Kleckler Held Elementary and is the daughter of Brittany and Ross Murray. Reese represents her peers as a member of the Junior Lighthouse Committee. She also takes part in the Little Panther Relays, or she took part in that last week as a track member. Reese is magna cum laude student who enjoys playing soccer with her team, the Toros. Reese has aspirations to become a hairstylist and open up her own salon. How about a big hand for Reese Murray? And if her parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Her parents, are they here? Okay. Up next, we also have someone here from Kleckler Held Elementary. This is Emma Caitlin Ramirez, and she is a 5th grade student at Kleckler Held Elementary. Emma is the daughter of Elida and Cesar Ramirez. Emma proudly represents the student body as a member of the Junior Lighthouse Committee, just like Reese. She is also a member of the Kleckler Held Choir and also competed at the Little Panther Relays. Emma is a magna cum laude student who hopes to become an educator so that one day she can inspire, motivate, and educate students just like her mother has done. How about a big hand for Emma? And if her parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Mom and Dad are here. Hello. If everyone can please rise, face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. And students, whenever you're ready, you can lead us. Okay? Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Item 5, awards and recognitions. Dr. Coronel?
Well, we have a room full of parents, and we have students in the back because we have had a lot of success here at Weslaco ISD, a lot of hard work, so it's good to recognize them during this school board meeting tonight. So, tonight, as they enter the room, we have members who have been celebrating the arts this month. We are honoring several young artists who recently won top honors in the NAHA RGV Youth Art Month contest held at the Weslaco Museum. And these students won first place or best of show distinction in several different categories. So we'll be recognizing students from elementary schools and from high schools as well. All right. So how about we've given a big hand to our students who are here today. We have some of our students here that are represented once again at the elementary level, middle school, high school level. We also have some of their instructors here as well and their parents. So as I say your name, if you could please step forward so we can recognize you. We'll start off from Justice Raul Gonzalez Elementary, first place in sculpture category, Chloe Peña. Is she here, Chloe? Also from Gonzalez Elementary, first place in dry media category, Isabella Gonzalez. Is she here? Isabella? The sponsor from Gonzales Elementary is Demi Pedraza. We have also some children from Rico Elementary, first place mixed media category, and we have Iyana Limas. Is she here? Sponsor is Belinda Reyes from Rico Elementary. Silva Elementary, best of show in wet media category, Natalie Gift. Natalie? And the sponsor for Natalie this year was Natalie Llanos. Sponsor Natalie Llanos. And if Natalie Gift's parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? Congratulations. Sam Houston Elementary, best of show in dry media category, Amaret Elizondo. Congratulations. First place and best of show in sculpture category, Samuel Ramos. We'd also like to congratulate their sponsor, Esmeralda Tijerina. Parents, if they're here, can they please stand and be recognized or wave to the crowd, parents? Perfect, perfect. All right, now let's go to Mario Ibarra Elementary. See, we have some more students here. First place mixed media category, Michaela Guajardo. Michaela Guajardo. First place wet category, Jimena Gallardo. First place mixed media category, Angelina Salazar. Best of show in mixed media category, Benjamin Zavala. Best of show in dry media category, Madeline Martinez. Best of show in sculpture category, America Villanueva. Best of show in mixed media category, Natalie Serrano. First place and best of show wet media category, Violet Machuca. And the sponsor at Ibarra Elementary, Cynthia Duran. Ms. Duran. Parents of these students, if they are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? Who? Rico. Last name? How do you say it? Okay. We also have here Ixiana Rico. They please, also congratulations. And parents of Ixiana Rico, could you please stand and be recognized? Parents? Okay. We have some children to recognize from the middle school category. First place in mixed media, Areli Moreno. And the sponsor is Liliana Zapata. Parents for Areli Moreno, if you're here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents here? Thank you. All right, let's move on to high school. High school students also competed in the RGV Youth Art Month contest. Also, students went up against students from Harlingen CISD, Mercedes, Donna, and other districts. And winning top awards, I know we have one high school student here. We'll go ahead and name some of these other students that are also recognized that also won. We'll start off from Weslaco ISD High School. First place in digital photography, Caitlin Mendoza. Best of show in digital photography, Ashlyn Guevara. And their sponsor is Maria Miller. From Weslaco High School, first place mixed media category, Clarissa Hassel. First place in dry media category, Melissa Martinez. Best of show in dry category, Devin Solis. The sponsors at Weslaco High School are Diana Juarez and Romeo Salinas. Once again, congratulations to all our artists and congratulations to the parents. Thank you very much. Okay, up next, our next group of students. How about we give them a big hand as they enter the room? We have some very talented artists from Weslaco East High School. So we do have a good group of students here. We have 4 of our students representing. As I say your name, if you can please stand and be recognized, so you can be recognized. Tonight we want to congratulate a group of very talented high school artists. These students received gold medals at the UIL Regional Visual Arts Scholastic event recently. Entries are judged through a student interview and showing. This event averages about 1,400 student entries with less than 150 earning this superior rating. Out of these superior ratings, less than 50 are state qualifiers in each region. We'll start off with Weslaco East High School students who received superior ratings. Aris Cabrera. Destiny Garcia. Tanya Cano. Justina Mangos. Andrea Garcia. Darlene Vasquez. Roman Jimenez. Georgina Esparza. Joseph Trevino. Adela Avalos. Caitlin Mendoza. Alandra Cardenas. Isabella Gatton. Alexandra Gomez. Joseph Rodriguez. A.D. Neira. Renato Torres. The following students are state qualifiers. We have Ashlyn Guevara and Angela Martinez. We'd also like to recognize Weslaco East High School art teachers James Miller, Maria Miller, and Horacio Ramirez. And parents of these artists, if they're here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Weslaco High School artists coming.
We continue on with the accolades. We have some students also, more artists from Weslaco High School. How about a big hand as they enter the room? And students, when I say your name, if you could please step forward so that we could recognize you and give you a certificate. We'll start off with Audrey Calderon. Ariel Perez. Chloe Perez. Stephanie Saldana. Autumn Salinas. Jose Baron. Hitzel Fiscal, Romy Garza, Inida Germain, Paris Gonzalez, Michelle Sayala, Devin Solis. The following students receive 2 superior ratings and are advancing to state. Clarissa Hassel, Isaiah Saldana, Weslaco High School art teachers are Diana Juarez and Romeo Salinas. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized, parents of our students? Once again, congratulations, students. You may exit this way. All right, go ahead and bring in our next group of students. We do have more accolades and recognitions.
Orchestra from both high schools.
How about a big hand for these musicians as they enter the room? Choir members. Choir members. And y'all are from Weslaco East High School only? Yes, okay. So we're going to recognize our students from Weslaco East High School and then from Weslaco High School. And these are students from Weslaco East and Weslaco High, orchestra students for earning the sweepstakes rating in the UIL concert and sight reading. Our students earned straight 1s from all the judges in the concert performance. So as I say your name, if you could please step forward so you can be recognized and receive a certificate. Representing Weslaco East High School, we'll start off with Adrian Alejandro. Meli Salazar. Journey Cáceres. Caressa Perez, Luis Valdez, Ileana Martinez, Alaya Mesa. The orchestra director is Bianca Garcia. And parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized, parents? Okay. Once again, congratulations, fine job. Y'all may exit this way. Up next, we have some fine arts students from Weslaco High School. How about a big hand as they enter the room? Once again, these are students who earned sweepstakes ratings in the UIL concert and sight reading for orchestra. Okay, we'll get everybody in here before we get started.
Go ahead and start another row. Start another row.
Okay. All right, students, as I say your name, if you could just step forward so you can be recognized and we can give you a certificate, okay? So we'll get started. We'll start off with Roland Baez. Rolando. Heidi Breeze. Heidi.
It's about 40 years.
Delilah Cosme. Audrey Calderon. Gianna Chapa. Gianna. Antonio de Anda. Fernando de Anda. Haley de la Mora. Caitlin Elizondo. Vashti Estrada. Caitlin Fortescue. Ariana Galindo. Jasmine Garcia. Cassidy Garcia. Athena Gonzalez. Melanie Guerra. Sebastian Hernandez. Mateo Houston. Shelby Lara. April Loera. Cassandra Loera. Emily Martinez. Johanna Martinez. Kaylee Mata. Corina Olvera. Raul Peacock. Fernando Perez. Josue Perez. Camila Rios. Victor Rivas. Cristabel Rivera. Isabella Robledo. Kayloni Rodriguez. Arleth Salas. Ariana Solis. Oscar Valenzuela Lopez. Vasti Zuniga. Did someone not be recognized? Everybody got a certificate? Everyone was recognized? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's a large group. Just want to make sure we didn't miss everybody. Anybody? Also like to recognize our orchestra director from Weslaco High School, Hiram Leal. And parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Our parents. Once again, congratulations and a fantastic job. You may exit this way. How about a big hand as they exit the room? Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Great job. Awesome.
Great job.
We'll continue on with our recognitions.
Nice to meet you. Great job.
And how about a big hand for some of our choir groups. We'll start off with our group from Weslaco East High School. How about a big hand as they enter the room? All right. Representing Weslaco East High School here tonight, sweepstakes ratings in UIL concert and sight reading. Our talented young singers made history, earning this distinction for the first time in each of the school's history. Representing Weslaco East High School, we'll start off with, as I say your name, some of y'all have been here before, but as I say your name, you can please step forward so we could recognize you and give you a certificate. We'll start off with Alejandro Alejos. Jasmine Aragus. Alexis Cruz. Paisley Garza. Brianna Gomez. Faith Gonzalez. Hope Gonzalez. Vivian Lara, John Lopez, Janet Lopez, Ruby Maldonado, Citali Martinez, Miranda Torres, Brianna Vera, Gregorio Zuniga, Marisa Zuniga, Stephanie Zurita. Looks like we recognized everybody. We'd also like to recognize the Weslaco East High School Choir Director, Jeffrey Figueroa. Mr. Figueroa. Parents, if any of our parents here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents, are you here? Once again, congratulations, fine job, students. You may exit this way.
Great job, guys. Good job, ladies.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Up next, we would like to recognize some of our students from Weslaco High School, Weslaco High School Choir. How about a big hand as they enter the room? So these are Weslaco High School treble choir members. Also, sweepstakes rating in UIL concert and sight reading. Well, as I say your name, you can please step forward so you can be recognized. We'll start off with Iris Acevedo. Cleo Castro. Isabella Garza. Brianna Gonzalez. Yaritza Gutierrez. Briseida Martinez. Catherine Molina. Nicole Ochoa. Kendra Valdez. And the Weslaco High School Choir Director is Armando Morales. We'd also like to recognize our parents. If parents are here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents. Once again, congratulations.
There's one more.
Awesome job, and we'll see you guys next year.
So one more.
You can exit this. Okay, we also like to recognize some of our some middle school students, also for doing very well and receiving sweepstakes ratings at the UL concert and sight reading. How about a big hand for them? They're from Central Middle School. So as I say your name, if you could please step forward so you can be recognized. We'll start off with Melody Garcia. Esther Hernandez. Romalie Furman. Isabella Morales. And Justin Garza. Central Middle School Choir Director is Alexis Rodriguez. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents of these fine students. Once again, congratulations, and y'all may exit this way. we have one more group of students to recognize. So how about a big hand as they enter the room? These are students. That's it? Oh, from Weslaco East. Okay. We're going to start off with some of our students from Weslaco East, and these are students who were involved in FFA. We want to congratulate our high school students who competed and excelled in the 2022 Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show. These students from the Future Farmers of America clubs put in the countless hours to develop and show their animal exhibits. We'll start off from Weslaco East High School. As I say your name, if you could please step forward to be recognized. Winning Red Brangus Breed Reserve Champion, Genaro Rincon. Red Brangus Breed Grand Champion, Angela Torres. Grand Champion Lamb Showmanship, Miranda Garza. First place Fine Wool Cross Lamb Scholarship recipient, Charles Cromer. Also Commercial Heifer Reserve Champion, also won class champion in the Photography Elements of Design Division, Eileen Martinez. We'd like to recognize their sponsor, John Romo, if you're here. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents. All right, students, congratulations. Y'all may exit this way. How about another big hand? Up next, we would like to recognize some of our FFA students. Now from Weslaco High School, how about we give them a big hand as they enter the room? Once again, these students found success at the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show. We'll start off with Weslaco High School FFA in the Market Rabbits Division. Champion, Other Pure Breed Rabbit, Micah Parker. Champion, New Zealand Rabbit, Casey Parker. Division Calf Grand Champion in the Breeding Heifers Division, Edson Medina. We have the Breeding Sheep Division, Reserve Class Champion, Diego Calderon. Grand Champion, Junior Showman, Cheyenne Garza. In the Market Goats Division, Class Champion, Diego Calderon. Reserve Class Champion, Joseph Leal. Reserve Class Champion, Summer Fuentes. Market Lamb Division, overall Grand Champion Lamb, Christopher Ramirez. Reserve Class Champion, Reserve Grand Champion, Junior Showman, Cheyenne Garza. Intermediate Market Land Champion, Showman, Diego Calderon. Reserve Class Champion, Jasmine Garza. Reserve Class Champion, Kayla Zuniga. FFA Shop Projects, Reserve Class Champion in Cutting Board, Rowley Sandoval. Not here. Reserve Class Champion in Home Interior and Appliances, Jesse Garza. In Photography, Class Champion in Landscape and Scenery, Sofia Eva Luna. Class champion in food category, Jaden Tostado. And, well, that's it. That's a lot. That is a lot. We would also like to recognize their sponsor, Jose Gutierrez, sponsor. And we also do want to recognize their parents. How about their parents? Let's give them a big hand. Once again, congratulations, students. And you may exit this way. How about another big hand as they exit the room? That concludes our awards and recognitions. A lot of them.
Thank you, Carlos.
Yes.
And congratulations in order for all the outstanding achievements and to the parents and sponsors for a job well done. Thank you very much. Item 6, proclamations. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, Board of Trustees, I'd like to turn this over again. Hopefully, if you need some water, let me know. But,
Thank you.
So Carlos here for the proclamations.
We have several proclamations that we would like to read here tonight for the month of May. We'll start off with a School Nutrition Week. So if anybody's here from the Food Services Department. Is anybody here? We'll be reading this for you and anybody else who may be watching online. So whereas nutritious meals at school are an essential part of the school day, and whereas the staff of the district's Food Nutrition Service Department are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district children, and whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, therefore Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD School Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 2nd through the 6th, 2022 as School Nutrition Employee Week, and the day of Friday, May 6th as School Lunch Hero Day. Congratulations. Up next, we have School Nurses Day. School Nurses Day. So nurses, our nurses are here. Medical assistants. Whereas Weslaco ISD youth are our treasured national resource, whose health, education, and well-being are interrelated, vital concerns of family, school personnel, and community members. And whereas professional school nurses strengthen and facilitate the educational process by improving and protecting the health status of children and youth, and whereas the major focus of school nursing services is the prevention of illnesses and disability and the early detection and correction of health problems within the school and the community. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco Independent School District Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 11th, 2022 as National School Nurses Day. Congratulations. Up next, I'd like to read a proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week. So, do we have a lot of teachers? I don't know if the teachers are here. Anybody here representing the majority of teachers? But I know they are probably watching online, a lot of them. And if not, they will hear about this proclamation, one way or another. Teachers. Whereas Weslaco ISD teachers make public schools great, and whereas Weslaco ISD teachers work to open students' minds to ideas, knowledge, and dreams, and whereas WISD teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship, and whereas Weslaco ISD teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors, and whereas WISD teachers continue to influence us long after school days are only memories, therefore Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 9th through the 13th, 2022 as Teacher Appreciation Week. Congratulations, teachers. Up next, we have National Police Week. So anybody in law enforcement, safety, and security? Sir, this is for you. Whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies of the City of Weslaco, Hidalgo County Sheriff's Department, Hidalgo Precinct 1 Constable's Office play an important role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of our community. And where it is important that all citizens know and understand the problem, duties, and responsibilities of their policing departments, and that members of our school district recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, protecting them against violence or disorder, and protecting the innocent against deception and weak against oppression or intimidation. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as National Police Week. Thank you. Up next, we have Better Hearing and Speech Month. Speech therapist. Anybody here? Be it so resolved that the month of May be proclaimed as Better Hearing and Speech Month. We encourage all citizens to recognize the achievements of our professionals in improving the quality of life for people with communication disorders. We salute the speech language pathologists and speech therapists who work tirelessly to bring better hearing and speech to the 1 in 10 families who are affected by the communication disorders. Speech and language disorders take many forms. Babies can be born with this disorder. Accidental injury or illness can cause them at any age. Speech and language disorders can limit academic achievement, social adjustment, and career goals. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Better Hearing and Speech Month. Thank you. One more proclamation. This will be for Mental Health Awareness Month. LPCs, counselors, this is for you. And they are here. LPCs. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created national challenges to mental health, with nearly 45% of adults in the United States reporting that their mental health has worsened since the start of the pandemic response in 2020. And whereas many Americans are experiencing mental health challenges that they have never experienced before and are not equipped with the knowledge of how to navigate the complex mental health system. And whereas this does not include the significant ripple effect on their families and friends, the impact of mental health illness reaches families, neighborhoods, schools, and the workplace. Whereas an important part of educating the community and erasing stigma is raising awareness around the fact that mental health services are available. WISD utilizes diverse skill sets, including trauma-informed care, behavior management, and care coordination. And Weslaco ISD credentialed and skilled staff are both flexible and proactive in supporting students who are experiencing a complex mental or behavioral health challenges. And whereas Weslaco ISD licensed professional counselors are available to provide services which include mental health assessment, student support plans, consultations, case coordination, professional development trainings, and campus presentations. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD School Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. Item 7, public comments. Item 8, Superintendent's report. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board. First, I want to thank Carlos Martinez and his team for putting this together. I asked to graph the information that he's going to put together here. I get a little, I get a little lost when I look at a chart with a bunch of numbers, so sometimes I like to see a visual representation of what it actually looks like. So here's our COVID numbers, and here it is graphed from the beginning of the school year. You can see that spike, but we've pretty much leveled off on where we're at. So here's where we're at right now, and as you know, TSA dropped the mask requirement, so it's, you know, it's still encouraged, masks are still encouraged to wear, and I'd like to say that I tried to get these removed today, but they're glued So hopefully the next meeting, we'll get these off. So we'll be a little bit more intimate. The next is our enrollment comparisons. We can go to that one. Here's our comparison from last year to this year. We're still a little low from the previous year, but it looks like we're leveling off just a little bit more. And you'll see that that significant change when we look at our ADA comparison. So the blue line is not where we're at, so it's the orange line, just so you know. It's the 21-22, so we're about leveled off as well with that. So looking at almost 14,000, so 13,894. Again, our district enrollment currently, it's trending the right way. We get some, we have some gains and we have some losses, but we need to do a better job at recruiting. And but overall, we're not doing bad. Could always be room for improvement.
Dr. Coronado?
Yes.
At our last meeting, we talked about putting signs out there, and I know Mr. Robledo had mentioned we were working on that. Are we going to be able to do that before the end of the year, just to kind of try to recruit? Or is that going to be till summer? Do we have like an estimated timeline of when we'll have those signs ready?
So I know that we're working on signage as well, and then we have 11 marquees that are actually down right now as well. So we need to fix that as well. I think our marquees are advertising billboards as well. But we did identify or 11 working or nine not working. So I don't remember the number. 11 not working, that's what I thought. Okay, so 11 that aren't working. So we need to invest to get those. But we are going to have a campaign. Had another crazy idea. I talked to the cabinet, the leadership team this morning, but I'll brief you privately about that one. But it's kind of a little radical, but I think we can do something fun. So I'll let Carlos talk about the
Yeah, just to
billboards.
add a little bit to that, we did, we had like the Weslaco ISD Inspires campaign that had been running over the past few months. That's more of a branding campaign. But we've changed all our commercials since our last meeting. It's register now. And we're telling them, you need to come out and register. If you're pre-K or you're kindergarten, you're going to see a commercial. It's going to be on television. You're going to see, listen to it on the radio. And all our marketing on social media as well is all, register now. That's what the campaign is. We did talk about those signs last time I had a chance, I ran into you. So we are working on the process of the artwork is done. It's now just getting them printed and then putting them out at all the schools. So it'll be like those little campaign style signs that you see out there during campaign season. So we'll be putting about 10 out at each school as, just a different look so that people see that and remember that they need to register for next year.
Awesome.
Sir, I had a question.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
As a parent of a incoming pre-K child, I like how easy you made it available online to it's just a survey. So if any parents are listening and you have kids who are going to be in pre-K, very simple, a couple of questions online, and they're registered.
Absolutely.
So it's really a great thing.
That was my next question. What about a pre-K 3 full day? I know that prior to you arriving, Mr. Aguilar and Ms. Valdez were looking at that and working on that. Has that come up or?
Actually, it
Where are we with
has.
that?
We're trying to, again, it's a budget thing because we
Right.
only get paid for half day, so we want to pay for full day, and we'd like to see it at all 10 elementary schools.
Okay, great.
So
Great news.
that's the goal. So to get, we got to get them young so that they stay.
Right.
And so that's the plan for us to get it, and that's why looking at the number of classrooms and student availability, but the plan is to have the pre-K 3 at all 10 elementary schools.
Great.
For this upcoming year?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I've also asked, my poor team, I'd say, I owe them a lot of dinners and lunches, so. But I've also asked Mr. Martinez for an app, a Weslaco ISD app.
Oh,
Right.
great.
So that way they can do a lot of things just on the app. With laptops, even though students have the availability of them, some parents may not, but we know that most parents have a smartphone. And if they had an app, it might, make things easier for them to navigate within Weslaco ISD space.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, sir. I know it's crunch time. I hate to put you on the spot like that, but I know it's crunch time. We're getting near the end of the year. Enrollment season's opened up, pretty much going into May, June, and
Right.
that's why I kind of wanted to see.
As we look at our budget and our enrollment numbers, and we have to be on the offensive on this,
Right.
and we need to strike first. So
Yeah.
we're moving quickly as quickly as we can, and I think we're doing well getting the word out, and
Yes.
we're going to move faster. So you'll start seeing a lot more things happening here within the next month or so.
Awesome.
So as a parent, if I had a 3-year-old, could I already register them online for my 3-year-old or not yet?
I don't know that the registration portal is open for three-year-olds yet.
Not 3-year-olds, right? Just 4-year-olds?
Yes.
Not yet.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
So that's where we're at ADA-wise, and let's see, I think we should go to the last. And then I just want to add, I know this last slide here is in terms of our ADA, but I do want to add another section to the superintendent's update in terms of board training opportunities that are out there as well. I know that we have a conference in May. There's also a Summer Leadership Institute in the summer in June, and then there's also the Text Connection in September. We'd like to get a head start. If you're interested in going, we'd like to get on the early registration just because it's less expensive to register, plus people register early. So if you if you want to attend any of those 3 trainings, make sure you let Rosemary know or myself know, and we can get you registered and take care of all the arrangements as well. And as things come up in terms of training and so forth, I'll let you know as well.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And then, subject to your question, that completes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Coronel. We now go to item 9, consent agenda. Trustees, go through and see if there's anything you'd like to pull. If not, then we'll take it to a vote. Approval? Mr. Nieto?
None.
Mrs. Susaita?
None.
Costa Trevino?
None.
Dr. Rodriguez?
None.
Mr. Los Santos?
None.
Mr. Gonzalez?
None.
Okay, we have none to pull. Let's take it to a vote to accept the consent agenda. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto?
You need a motion for that?
Okay,
We'll make motion to approve the consent agenda.
okay, we have a motion by Mr. Andrew Gonzalez to approve, and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Any discussion? Okay, now we'll take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Susaita?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you for the heads up. And that takes us to item 10, discussion items. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board, this is you see the attached interim financial report for the last 7 months, ending in March. What we've budgeted and what we expended, I actually think we're in good shape. I know that it previously been reported that we were going to be about $10 million short. I don't see that happening. We budgeted enough in salaries that even with the 88 drop, I still think we're going to be okay. We're spending about $12 million a month for salaries and so forth, and we've allotted $160 million So even at max, at 144, that still gives us about $16 million. So even if we had a shortfall of 10 million, so we're actually still positive to the good. So we need to recapture, and a lot of this is going to be subject to making sure people are in the right positions. But I think we can recapture a lot of that, a lot of those coding and moding money back over. So I think we're in good shape, subject to your questions.
So I know I'm gonna ask the question because I'm pretty sure we've been hearing it for a while. I know that we were being told or informed that there was a shortfall, so what changed? Like a little bit more detail into what was the change there?
So actually, so we operate 4 different systems here in Weslaco ISD. I'm not exactly sure why we operate on 4 different systems, but my recommendation would be that we need to operate on one system and then have a system of analytics. So we have a communication or a linkage issue or integration issue between our SIS and our business and finance software. So we have a human element that we have to be able to transfer or interpret what goes from one system to the next. Our SIS system is what talks to PEMS. PEMS, the only thing the state knows is what we tell PEMS, and the only thing that PEMS knows is what's in our SIS. And that's how we're funded, and that's how everything is done. But our business software doesn't speak very well. It's like a different language. It's not even English to Spanish. It's almost, Chinese to English, and so there a lot gets lost in translation. So what's happening is we're having to build Excel spreadsheets to identify errors, and it just takes way too long for us to figure that out. We really need just one system, and I know business and finance could make an argument on why their system is better, and the student side could make an argument on why their system is better. Personally, I don't care which system is used, but we need to have one system so that they can at least talk to each other. Because what we're doing is we have our budget person and our PEMS person actually building their own spreadsheets and then communicating to the state, this is what we have. And so there are some errors in the way we're using in our SIS, because the state doesn't allocate or allow for the 3 variables for other than ADA. For example, the virtual learning, and there's 2 more, SASE, and then there's 1 more. So there's the remote, right, and the remote. So so those 3 systems are done on spreadsheets, but they're not allowed in our SIS. So there's the disconnect.
Right.
But so we have to resolve this issue quickly. And so we're going to have to analyze. I really don't want to go out to an RFP for another SIS. I've asked Carlos to look at modules to add the business and finance piece to our SIS to see if that can communicate or work. But in any event, we need to be able to have one system and one platform. And then once we have an analytics piece, it can look at our entire system holistically, rather than piecemeal. So that's what we ended up doing. We ended up looking at spreadsheets instead of what's in the data. Now we're going back to recode and fix. Okay.
Thank you.
It's been a lot in the last 10 days. I
Yes,
would
no,
say
I know.
that.
I know you've gone through a lot, yes.
Any more questions? B, the acknowledgements of the Hidalgo County Tax Office collection reports for February 2022, current taxes and delinquent taxes.
Board President, members of the board, you see the tax collection rate that we have. I'm pulling it up here. We're at 89 and a third for our actual collections. So we're only short about 2.5%. So we're kind of right on in terms of our Weslaco folks definitely pay their taxes, so that's good.
Questions? Anybody? What? Item C, acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office collection reports for March 2022, current taxes and delinquent taxes. Item C.
Oh, I guess I spoke on that one already, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was a double type?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. That now takes us to item 11, discussion and possible action items. A, discussion and possible action to approve the 2022-2023 academic calendar. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, you have in front of you 3 calendar options. We went out to vote for staff, parents, and they have selected option 2. Therefore, my recommendation to adopt the 2022-2023 academic calendar would be option 2.
Motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by, no,
No, Jack.
okay, Mr. Los Santos and Ms. Ustaita to second it. Is there any discussion on that?
Option B, right? You're making a motion to approve option B.
Option
Yes.
2.
Option B.
Option 2.
Okay,
Option 2, sorry.
so we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos, a second by Ms. Ustaita to approve option 2 on the academic calendar for 2022-2023. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Ustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item B, discussion and possible action to approve a resolution to designate authorized signers at Texas National Bank. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, this just puts my signature on the bank, if you will.
So move to
Pretty
approve.
interesting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve a resolution to designate authorized signers at Texas National Bank. Is there any discussion? Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Ustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item C, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to extend the contract award for the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022, RFQ number 21-06-29, or release a request for qualifications for auditors to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, this is a recommendation to keep our auditors so that we don't have to do an RFQ, but we go ahead and just extend our current auditors.
Motion to approve option 1?
I'll
Okay,
second.
we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos and a second by Ms. Ustaita to approve or to extend the contract award for the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022, RFQ number 21-06-21. Any discussion? Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Ustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
I gotta refrain from voting. I
Okay.
do business with them.
Okay. Dr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos,
Aye.
and Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12, closed meeting to discuss. A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on the resignations, retirements of certified professional personnel. 2, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of probationary term and continuing contracts for teachers and support personnel for the 2022-2023 school year. B, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of contracts for district administrators and assistant principals on one-year contracts. C, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of contracts for key personnel, administrators and principals. D, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of non-renewal of 2021-2022 probationary contracts. And B, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Texas Government Code 551.071. The time now is 7:04, and we are going into closed session.
Congratulations.
The time now is 8:40, and we have reconvened an open meeting. Item A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. 1, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations and retirements of certified professional personnel. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board, I recommend my recommendation as we discussed in closed session.
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 2, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of probationary term and continuing contracts for teachers and support personnel for the 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board, please accept my recommendation as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Motion?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mrs. Sustaita. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 3, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation of proposal of renewal of contracts for district administrators and assistant principals on one-year contract. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board, please accept my recommendation for the proposal of renewal of contracts as discussed in closed session.
Motion to approve.
I have a
Second.
motion by Mr. Los Santos
Second.
and a second by Mr.
Gonzalez.
Andrew, right here.
You had the second? Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 4, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of contracts for key personnel, administrators, and principals. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, members of the board, please accept my recommendation for proposal of renewal of contracts for key personnel.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by
Los Santos.
Mr. Los Santos.
Second.
And a second by Dr. Rodriguez. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And item 5 is a non-action item.
That's correct.
So we will now go to item 14. We'll have a closed meeting to hear a level 3 student appeal, hearing requested by Dia Leman pursuant to policy FNG local. Okay, we'll only be dealing with those that are involved with the appeal. Everybody else
That's 6.
is excused.
no
Adjournment.
There's no adjournment?
Coach Guest,
Uh,
you have to
There's
adjourn.
nothing here about adjournment, but,
No, go back to the regular meeting.
yes.
Oh, that's right. Go
So,
back to
yeah.
regular meeting.
Back to the regular meeting.
That's what I
yeah.
say. It's 9:52, so we are adjourned. Yes.
He's gonna talk to you real
He's
quick,
going to
sir.
talk to you.
He's gonna talk to you.